Yeah. Always forget to do that. Well, not always, but sometimes. Onek, Ohio, everyone. How are you doing today? It's me. I love all of your faces. So we might actually be at least nearing the finale of the Palworld. Because, chat, you see, played a little bit off stream, as you might expect, grinded myself up to level 50, reworked my team, so, you know, it's now a bunch of stronger pals. And we got plenty of shotgun ammo. We got 500 nearly shotgun ammo. But it's not the shotgun that I think is going to secure us victory. Oh yeah, basically I've also been catching a shitload of Anubises and putting them to work because, you know, they've got good mining and handicraft. But you see, chat, here's the thing. I've got my lovely shotgun here. Look at that. That did like a good 100 damage on that headshot. A little bit more than actually. But what if I had something better? A couple of better things, in fact. You're a cutie face. Yeah, it's still cute. Cutie faceless. Cutie faceplate. Good job. You did it again. Now I have to wait for him to do his jump attack. Or that works too. Ow, I'm not a Pokemon. And now this is just going to actually stay here until I manage to log out. Yeah. So it turns out different flying mounts have different flying speeds and staminas. Atbda! Me. Okay, it said one of my Anubi was stress eating. Probably the one who says it's feeling down because of bad working conditions. Let's just do a quick round of working with the periphery bases. Meh.
Hi.
Hello!
How's the adorable cutie Nicodemon doing?
I'm doing alright, how are you?
Yes, I'm doing pretty good.
A snoot.
What?
My snoot got booped.
Oh. Poop.
Eh!
You're too adorable.
Mm.
And that's adorable.
Mm. As you see, I have a bit of a surplus of berries over here.
I don't, because I'm making bread.
Ooh, bread.
Well, not making, well, not baking the bread. Just putting the butter on and such.
Ah! It's fine. Who is friend? Do I know them? And that's different from me. How exactly?
And I get a feel on what's going on.
Eh? Oh, Def's just talking about that he has a friend who streams at odd hours. And I'm also a friend that streams at odd hours.
I mean, you aren't streaming on the even hours.
I would bet, since they're your friend and you're cute.
I almost want to challenge Taya to make a tier list out of people who aren't cute in his opinion. Although I think there might be too many politicians on that list. Because
I was going to say, I was in my brain, the list, like, well, there's Xi Jinping.
Understandable.
Slowly making way towards storage chest.
Taya, you don't have chests.
Meh.
Also, I'm pretty sure those are cabinets.
Meh.
Also, I'm pretty sure you're adorable.
That one's probably true.
Are you implying that the rest aren't?
I don't know. I'm saying words.
Big Booba Taya coming soon.
Yeah,
Confirmed.
That's not happening. The problem with these, the rocket launcher is that its rockets each take 5 gunpowder to make 1 rocket. And a palmetal ingot. So needless to say, it is expensive to fire this thing.
Not to speak of all the pal hours.
Yeah.
Can't speak of man hours since there are no men doing it.
I'm doing some of the work.
But you're not a man.
Yes, I am.
You know what I mean.
Meh.
From all the streaming you have done on Palworld, I'm guessing it's been pretty good.
Yeah. Far from perfect. But it's a nice new experience. And I really hope that, oh my... Fine,
Yep.
fine, I'll deal with the eco-terrorists. Just give me... There we go.
Eco-terrorists.
Yep, Free Pal Alliance.
Okay. I'm guessing it has some super cooperation using bells as the opposite end of the spectrum.
They're like PETA, if PETA had crossbows.
No, I meant like the opposite people from those.
Oh yeah, their leader was the second tower boss.
Uh-huh. They really have bad tactics, don't they?
Yes, ignoring the person with the shotgun is chief among them. The second chief among them is their irresistible attraction to this one hot tub.
Huh.
They just run in and get stuck in the hot tub.
So it would seem. I do wonder what they...
Why is there some syndicate here?
Clearly they heard all the commotion.
Yeah, and they thought they'd be opportunists, and only find out that it's not so much opportunism as it is, oh, this was a slaughter.
You can't always win, can you?
But now that we've got a... Really? Just like a random Toko Toko? Now let's take a look at this list.
You are ogling at their chest.
No. Okay, don't have that. We're going to just get some of the PAL combinations we don't have yet.
Combinations.
Or, yeah, I mean, some of them are done by, like, breeding specific pairs of PAL types. So let's see.
Crossbreeding the plant to a dragon.
I mean, we do have plenty of plant dragons already. Okay, you two, get fucking. While they're doing that, I think it's about time we get a little bit of revenge on. Oh, right, they're in Hotland, not Coldland. Okay, John Eternal Pyre. Fucking JoJo ass looking character.
Nah, I think he's missing like 200 kilos of muscle mass.
Yeah, some of them are
Human-like.
not super ripped.
You mean ungodly levels of ripped?
Yeah.
Fair enough. I have never seen the series.
So yeah, that does 5,000 damage to him. Yeah, you don't get to throw Gugnir at me this time, buddy.
I sort of feel like you aren't using... What's the word?
I don't know what the word is.
Well, they are usually called heat shells. Or heat warheads. High explosive anti-tank warhead. The thing that first flies at you and then explodes next to you and shoots a stream of copper into you.
Yeah, well, these are anti-pal warheads.
Oh.
But apparently have absolutely no splash damage from directly in front of the thing I'm shooting.
Does it not actually have flash damage?
At least not of the friendly fire variety.
Yeah, but then can just be lack of friendly fire.
Get dunked on!
I don't think there's much left of them to dunk on.
I actually kind of like how the Team Star battle music ended just as we wanted to. And with that, we can launch this learn how to make this homing sphere launcher. But,
Homing spear launcher.
Yep.
Not to be confused with homing spear launcher.
Yeah, sphere. Circle. Ball.
Balls. Do I like to have a lot of balls?
Yes. The more the better. Okay, so there is nowhere in here that takes tier 3 fire resist. I base this off of the fact that I'm literally in the crater of a volcano. And I only have tier 2 fire resist on. So unless we get to go to the sun eventually, I'm pretty sure there's... Or you know, the core of the planet. Ah, here's one of the mons we don't have yet. A Ragnahawk.
I may remember that.
Also, I just love the name Ragnahawk.
I seem to remember that, like, magma is, like, relatively low heat, but in, like, some circles that definitely are not human. So I'm wondering if it's like in metals or something. That doesn't really make sense since metals are usually, well, often melted in stone.
I mean, lava is pretty hot for you mortals. Well, you're not. Are you technically immortal?
I'm very much a mortal. I'm just
Okay.
mortal that is hard to kill, and if you do succeed in killing me, another one of me comes and tries to kill you.
Now,
And if you really piss us off, there's multiple of us to do that.
I remember seeing correctly, down here there should be something that I really want to get my hands on. But the question is where? I had to guess there looks like an ominous enough place.
With look from Wikipedia kind of points towards 100 and 1000 Celsius.
Oh, those are Vanworms, not Ragnahawks.
So, if we go with that number, steel smelting point is higher.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's a lot hotter than people can handle.
Yeah, that was kind of what I meant with the whole not in human circles. As in, if human are the kind of thing observing and reference point, then yeah, it's hot as all hell, but...
But it's also about as hot as things get naturally on this planet.
No. I'm pretty sure if it's deeper down, the pressure will cause it to be even hotter.
That is in this planet.
I suppose that is a fair distinction.
Also, for very brief periods of time, there is actually quite frequently hotter things on this planet. Lightning is incredibly hot.
And I was also kind of wondering, those like eternal oil fires.
No, those are just fires.
You do know what fire actually is.
Well, yes, but like, it's a different order of heat than lava already.
That very much so depends on the fire. Its durability, if the heat can escape anywhere. Yada yada yada. What other few hundred different things.
Okay, so here we've got like big lava talon looking things that are extending upwards. Maybe we're getting close. I know it's supposed to be at this dang it. At this volcano. How am I doing on incinerams?
You know about that?
Three more leads, Punk Ignis. Ooh, I need 9 more incinerams.
Burning local fire life.
What was that?
Burning local fire life.
Yep. I may be level 50, but my team isn't.
I guess this doesn't have the risk of losing animals like in Ark.
I mean, you can turn that setting on.
Okay. Fair enough.
There's a new subspecies, Gobfin ignis.
Have you taken a look at Enshrouded, by the way?
Not yet.
Not. Okay.
Half I've been busy, half I forgore.
And all friend. And cutie
There.
face.
You're a cutie face.
Actually, this is incorrect.
In your opinion.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure, in general opinion, Janato's face mask is not considered cute. So admittedly, there are few people who have called me cute.
Well, that seems like a poor design choice then. Because cute things put things off of their guard.
Yeah, and things you don't see will put you off your guard.
Yeah, but this gives it a second layer of keeping them off their guard. It's like that if you do get seen, then you got the cuteness to fall back on.
Do you know what's the problem with the cute?
What?
It doesn't withstand 7.62mm rounds.
Most things don't.
Yeah, my face mask does.
But it could also be cute and do that.
Well, it's not going to be cute after the first one, not to mention grenades.
Yeah, but by that time, the putting things off of their guard is already out the window.
Yeah, and it's not gonna work the second time. On
Because
anyone afterwards.
But here we go. The legendary celestial dragon. Jet Dragon. Where the fuck are you?
Decided to go on a vacation.
Oh, there it is.
I would want to ask, what makes that a jet dragon? Not that it matters at all, but still.
That it flies around like a fighter jet, I assume.
Well, it really doesn't. Also, can I get a explanation on how its flight is like jet fighters?
I don't know. Magic.
No, I mean like, what about its flight makes you think it flies like a jet fighter?
It goes Doom.
So, essentially flight without moving parts. Well,
Yeah.
external moving parts.
And it's fast flight without external moving parts.
Yeah, yet fighters would disagree with that. It's not really breaking the sound barrier, is it? Then again, for what I hear, jet fighters don't break sound barrier that often.
Breaking the sound barrier tends to actually do a lot of damage to a lot of hardware.
Yeah, that's why the planes need to be specially designed to withstand it. That does not come cheap. But I don't actually remember the... Well, as I don't probably even know the full story why it is, but for what I hear, they don't do it often in combat. Oh yeah, it might be because the plane becomes super hot if you actually fly past sound barrier.
Probably, possibly, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all
I'm
the
not a
friction.
science cat.
Well, you are better at it than some. I suppose that tells a lot.
Huh, who would have guessed that the legendary dragon is a challenge?
Me? to be fair, the game engine would probably shit itself if there was something going faster than sound barrier.
Probably, yeah. And that's not necessarily a dig at this game's engine.
No, definitely not. Just in general, physics engines don't really like stuff that goes fast. Unless they are specially designed for that.
And even then, they have to cheat a lot to pull it off.
No, that quote-unquote cheating is the designed to do it part.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, they still take a lot of, like... They'll, like, turn the textures into completely low-res things. Because you're not going to see them because they're going by too fast.
Oh, that's not even what I'm speaking of. The thing I'm speaking of is that if you have a thing that moves fast, for it to actually calculate the physics, it kind of exists in so few places during the existing frames that you need to calculate the path between the frames, what it does to the thing, and so on and so forth. Because if you don't, it just teleports through walls because it never hit the wall, because it happened to never be in frame where it hit the wall.
Yep. Source Engine does a few things like that.
I mean...
Oh, right. I dropped all of my stuff because I died.
Yeah, practically all the engines do it unless you handle it kind of through an exception of sorts, I guess. As I understand, it's usually done by a raycast, this system that kind of checks if there is anything between 2 points or 1 point and direction. And then if there isn't anything, it will then proceed to move on to the next frame where it tries to do the same thing.
Yeah, I remember hearing about a little bit of Source Engine jank related to that, where in Team Fortress 2, you got this gun called the Short Circuit that's supposed to destroy any projectiles coming through its path. But if the projectile is moving really, really, really fast, it sure can pass through the short circuit before it does its check to see if it should have been killed.
In a way, you would almost call that realistic.
I mean, kind of, but only at, like, that fucking quantum level of if you push something against something for an infinite amount of time, they'll pass through each other.
No, I mean if the short circuit, instead of it being some sort of a force field or whatever.
Oh, it's a jig, but a jig by it, yes. Big giant ball of plasma.
Okay, then the active protection system is kind of off the board. But even so, if the bullet travels fast enough through said plasma, it might not heat the bullet enough to actually dismantle it.
Maybe.
I guess it also depends on the plasma we are handling.
Also, it actually doesn't affect bullets because those are just considered hit scan particles.
hit scan particle.
You know, like how projectiles were handled in Doom.
No, but I do know what you mean, but what the particle part?
Oh, well, just that they're not considered. Just that was a way of saying that
They aren't physics objects.
Yeah.
They are just raycasts.
Yes, exactly. The
Yes.
Demo Man's grenades, Soldier's rockets. If the sniper is using a huntsman, the arrows he shoots. Pyro's
Yeah.
flare gun flares.
So all the projectiles that have physics. I would actually be interested to know, since there are games that do the... I suppose I don't know, but I presume there are games that do the, like,
Excuse me?
hybrid. Yeah, you are inside a rock. Somehow.
Where did I enter the rock?
That is a good question. If I should guesstimate, you might have flown into an area where the rock was not loaded in yet. Or there's a massive gap between the rock and the mountain.
There's a massive gap between the rock and the mountain.
I suppose you're lucky in that case.
This wouldn't be the first time that I've gotten out of bounds in this game. First time it happened was in a dungeon. I couldn't get back in bounds, so I had to yeet myself into the abyss. And thankfully it just respawned me back at my base rather than making me fall through blue hell forever.
Yeah, I'd like to know how someone has done the, like, ballistics-esque hit scan weapons. Well, are they hit scan anymore?
Suffice it to say the Source engine is the thing that Half-Life 2 runs on. I'm going to say very primitively. Revolutionary for its time, for sure, but by today's standards, you know, think about the jankiest way it could be cobbled together. It's probably done that way.
I was more thinking Frostbite and Battlefield, but then I was considering it's the lower bullet speed partially actually due to the fact that they couldn't make them go faster. Because then they would be breaking the physics of the engine.
Huh.
They do seem a bit too fast to be just based on physics, so I'm guessing they have some sort of a scanning system for the flight path.
Okay, flying up does not protect me from that.
I suppose seeker missiles are the most yet thing this thing has done, so props for that. But at the same time, instead of it just being one big seeking projectile, it's hundreds of small ones, and that's not too jet thing to do. So minus points for that.
Okay, I think I'm basically going to be counting on my pals to fight this thing for me, because my shotgun does nothing to this. The rocket launcher does at least something to it, but it's expensive to fire, and I don't wanna.
Don't you have a rifle?
Oh, but I guess I can, with it, knock it down for a couple of seconds. No, I don't have an assault rifle.
Why so?
Because I had a really, like... I had, like, a crafting spec shotgun, so it's, like, a higher... strongness.
Huh. I am kind of wondering if some of the bells have higher defense or something.
Probably.
And that would mean that your low damage pellets end up doing little to no damage, essentially.
Probably.
But something with a bit more punch with each shot might do a bit more damage.
Yeah.
No idea if this has anything behind it, but it's a theory.
A game theory.
Bum 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 bum. I've kind of been thinking of stopping my subscriptions to game theory and such. Don't feel like they have too much interesting going on anymore, at least in my weird way of interests.
But now that MatPat's gone?
Nah, just in general. In my opinion, they at some point started speaking too much from like next to the subject and too much. I suppose I usually like follow YouTube to have like more planned and formatted content, where I follow streamers to have less formatted content. And I, with the like chat and chatting to them and reacting to them, I'm fine with that. But in YouTube, if the person starts speaking too much stuff that I'm not interested in, then I lose interest pretty fast. And I guess that's kind of been something that's been a thing they have been doing for a while. Also, it might also be that they have gone into that
Oh
quite
god, he
heavy.
figured out how to get to me!
Your barrier has been overcome.
I was utilizing one of the most powerful weapons known to open world games. The enemy's pathing!
I suppose there's one thing that just this thing doesn't really seem like a jet for. It actually fights from the ground. But what are they called? The certain type of like horror content. The
What?
VHS
Oh, analog
Type.
horror?
analog horror, yeah. They have been binging that stuff for
Analog horror is so fun.
what makes it so fun?
I don't know. But I enjoy it.
I suppose I'm more of the person that likes universes, and the analog horrors, yeah, they have somewhat interesting universes, but they seem to quite often kind of become fairly similar to each other in the like, not necessarily what happens to cause it, but like the end result of the universe and kind of what happens in it. I really don't know how to explain this, I suppose.
I caught it. Just
It's just too hot for your own good.
it killed me, and I caught it.
No, clearly you're too hot for your own good.
So I'm
Literally on fire.
expecting Jet Dragon saddle, Jet Dragon missile launcher.
What does it need a missile launcher for? It can already shoot those bloody things.
Now it can shoot more of them.
That's not how that works, especially since it actually uses magic or some stuff to do the... And you probably need to make the missiles to do it.
Hey, you two fucked yet?
I mean, there's a big
Nope.
egg, but...
That's they're 1/3 of the way through the fucking.
Well, they have stamina. Or they don't, and that's the problem.
Wait, do I do it from here, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oops, that does not put them back in my party when I remove them from there. Here we go. It is a legend and a divine dragon.
What makes it divine?
I don't know. I don't even know what sort of applies to divinities in this world.
I was kind of wondering from similar standpoint from Pokemon.
Well, we at least know what gods are in the Pokemon world. It's Arceus.
I mean, they are literal gods from like Greek mythology level thing, essentially.
Actually, from everything we can correctly interpret, Arceus is more God from Judeo-Christian theology. The Arceus Pokemon that you encounter in the games is just like a fragment of it. The actual one might have the whole omnipotence thing going.
So what's the point of it leaving its fragment just lying around? Presumably then...
Arceus works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, I don't believe in that bullshit. So what makes people think that Arceus is all powerful?
Well, it created beings that have complete dominion over time, space, and antimatter.
Did it?
Yep.
How is this known?
Because they're also Pokemon.
And...
And what?
like... Okay, Nintendo can just say, okay, he's the super god. Yeah, fair enough. I'm more thinking this from the universe standpoint. How do we know that Arceus in the universe made those godlike Pokemon?
Oh, because literally
that...
in Heart Gold Soul Silver you can watch it happen.
I suppose then the question is, do we actually know what is happening is him creating them, or the universe just spitting them out because Arceus did something?
I mean, I guess that's technically a possibility, but at the same time, Arceus does a something. There are a bunch of, like, mystic-looking rune sigil things that happen, and, like, flashes of, like, all points in history, and then either the god of time, space, or antimatter is born into an egg for you to hatch. I'm getting into box.
The only Pokemon game I have actually played is Pearl and
And that is the one with the god of space.
yeah, I know, and I suppose antimatter.
Yep.
Such a weird combo. I'm not even going to ask.
I mean, it makes sense, I guess, from a perspective, because it's like time, space, and the rest of the stuff that scientists kind of shrug and say, there's, you know, I don't fucking know.
Taya, do you know what antimatter is? I take that as a no.
It's like the stuff that, like, a good, like, 80% of the universe is made up of that scientists have absolutely no idea what the fuck it is.
No, I'm pretty sure that's dark matter.
Oh, those aren't the same thing?
Nope. Antimatter is when you take the electrons and protons and switch them around.
So it's got like a nucleus of electrons and then protons orbiting it?
Yeah. Very explosive combination when coming in contact with matter.
Yeah. Behold my giant brain thought process there. You see, I'm using a shotgun, and this shotgun shot did more than half its HP. Therefore, I cannot shotgun it again. However, I am using shotgun, so if I aim partially at this wall, only some of the bullets will hit.
You may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Yeah.
And then the shotgun decides to be left-sided and just hit on the right side of the thing.
Yeah.
This hard thing also true for the time and space and for some reason antimatter god Pokemon.
I wouldn't be surprised if, given the just overall look of the distortion world to begin with, it probably is supposed to be dark matter, though.
I mean, dark matter. Oh yeah, dark matter. Could be.
Yeah.
Also, it's effectively Pokemon Satan.
How so?
It rebelled against Arceus and was cast out into the distortion world.
Uh-huh. So Why does Arceus care if they are being repelled against?
These are intense theological questions, okay?
I suppose.
I mean, I guess you probably could ask a worse source than a demon about that, but you know, like, fuck if I know.
Just felt like it on that Saturday morning. It hasn't had its coffee yet. That goddamn kid Giratina should have been making, for fuck's sake. Was it called Giratina or was there some other name for them? I don't know. Too long.
Man, who would have guessed that shoving something in front of a flamethrower? It's difficult to de-flamethrower in time to catch it. Me, I would have guessed that.
I cannot guesstimate something that has so many missing variables.
Look, I just wanted to put something in front of a flamethrower, and only for it to mostly die.
So you wanted them like...
Medium rare.
Yeah.
Man, who would have guessed shooting something with a shotgun 3 times might kill it?
I mean, you do that to practically any of my brothers and you aren't gonna do a scratch.
I mean, I guess that's fair for super advanced, like, cyborgmen.
No, we just have a couple of centimeters at minimum of composite armor.
Which is what we would call super advanced.
No, that's like modern battle tank. Or IFV.
And modern battle tanks are super advanced.
I don't actually know if that's the advanced part of them. It's kind of difficult to speak about something that practically no one knows about.
Oh, all we need to wait is for a fucking World of Tanks players to leak it online.
War Thunder, you mean?
I picked the one that was dedicated specifically to tanks, but yes.
More so, you picked the one that I don't think has modern enough weapon vehicles to actually have composite armor yet.
Oh, well, rip.
Not that it actually matters, since the game only has a health bar for the tanks.
I mean, the health bar could be representative of how much armor it has. The original purpose of hit points in the original tabletop things was to determine how many shells something could take from a battleship.
Yeah.
Which is to say that every person on the planet has 1 hit point.
Oop, 1 hit point.
Well, I mean, technically, but also technically not, because, you know, you can't fire part of a shell.
No, but if it lands near you, it can lodge a stone and that might hit you.
Yeah, but it still took 1 shell to do it.
Depends how you count it. The shell still has a lot of extra energy in it.
By the way, in case anyone's wondering why I continue to go around and pick up Lift Monk effigies even though I'm maxed out on it, I mean, the game is still in alpha. I mean, there's going to be more content added to it. The Tree of Lies, as I have taken to calling it, is presumably something that's going to be added later.
Tree of Lies?
What was that?
Tree of Lies?
Yes, it's a... You see that big giant tree in the background there?
Yes, I understood.
You can't go to it.
It's just a fantastic name.
Wait,
Love
did I
it.
seriously pick up the Lift Monk effigy that was right there, but I didn't get the lore journal that was right there?
Apparently so.
Y'all wonder why I call myself not very smart.
I would argue that has little to do with smarts and more to do with perception. And actually looking around.
I would consider awareness to be within the wheelhouse of intelligence.
I would argue only partly. Because perception also has a large amount of its capabilities from your eyes, your ears, hardware essentially, instead of software.
But not your head and shoulder, knees and toes.
Oop.
Meh.
And also, how does persons like intuitive image recognition relate to their intelligence?
I don't know, the ability to process the information and do the fleams with it.
Yeah, but intelligence, at least as I understand it, is more of a thing you do, not a thing that is done for you in the head. So, if you happen to have like system that recognizes color changes from a larger spectrum of area, does that make that person smarter?
I don't know, but if their brain can process it, probably.
I mean, I suppose it's some part of the brain that does it, not really the parts of the brain that hold information, I think.
And how do we know the color blue I see is the color blue you see?
We don't. But that again has probably more, well, usually more to do with hardware.
I mean, I was just, covering the basis because, we've now talked about religion, and now we're getting into basically philosophy.
Yes.
Herd of ferocious flying pals. Great, that's one of the ones that can actually make it here. I don't think they can, because I don't think the... I think the pathing is still gonna, like... Yeah, it is still gonna do this.
I suppose they are only pseudo-flying. But do you know why I don't call you stupid in any formal sense?
Why?
Because you are relatively wise. For example, you have some ability of telling what's... well... I suppose telling is a word for it. Telling what might be true and what might be false information.
I guess I am relatively discerning in those regards.
And... no one is perfect in that, but... as it seems, internet has a lot of people who are very lacking in that department.
Kinda, yeah.
And I do not think you are one of them. Well, at least to the... well, yeah. I don't think you're one of them.
Oh, wow, they actually were able to make it to the base! Kind of. Except they're now retreating, because I think they have a maximum amount of time they can be out, and... Those Suzaku Aquas are just kind of vibing there, and I'm all for that, because you're just gonna sit here. I'm going to practice my skeet shooting.
Practice, he says. Like shooting fish in a barrel.
Hi, Kentucky!
Small, Katuki, you're multiplying your aiding power. Welcome back with an even bigger squad of 8 viewers. Get ready for double the pranks, double the fun, and of course, double the bananas. Let's make it a legendary raid, Party Popper, Banana, Bat.
Yep, but... oh. Not the curse. Candy bag. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. My name's Oneko Taigo. I'm half demon, half cat, and all friend. We are playing Palworld. Can we get a shout out for Katuki, please? And I've been redeemed to have a sour candy. Ah. Bah. Oh, good. They're fucked. We were doing another 24-hour swim. Whoa. Bah. Bah. Okay.
How long did you actually last then? If you failed to do the 4-hour one?
Ooh, yay.
Nice. Hope you're gonna rest well when you decide to go, that is. But until then, do hope you like the stream.
Yes, I hope you have a good time here and are comfy and stuff, and but you should also go to sleep. Don't push yourself too hard.
Yeah, I suppose the 24-hour has the gimmick value, but at the same time, is it really worth it? Essentially, do you get, if you do a, what would be a good, like 18-hour stream, would you get more energetic commentary and stream out of that? If you just skip the like sleepy end part of the 24-hour stream?
I mean, I get more entertaining when I'm sleepy.
Do you?
Yeah. I start saying really weird stuff, as opposed to my normal weird stuff.
Suppose. What is the big worm dragon doing?
Which one? That one?
Yeah, that one.
He's my garden hose.
Oh yeah.
He waters things and also waters things.
And he makes you wet.
Yeah. Okay, go make like Shiva and Donkey and fuck this dragon. What?
I'm pondering that I should probably actually get some programming done.
That might be a good idea.
I sort of decided that I'd do a low quality tower defense game essentially.
Why is it going to be low quality?
Because I don't have a artist,
Ah.
to put it mildly.
Okay, now that I know that these guys are actually assholes and are exploiting people and, like, selling drugs to drug addicts in order to arrest them for having drugs.
That's sort of weird.
Because then they get their drugs back. And then they sell them to different drug addicts.
I don't think it works like that.
To this guy it does. This one-piece ass looking motherfucker.
Mostly I just mean that, first of all, they will take the drugs. So you can't really get them back.
You can't get all of them back.
And second of all, if you always arrest the people you sell to,
I said he looks more like a one-piece reject villain.
I don't know why my mind went to Persona or something. I guess just some anime. Not the weep in, well, I don't actually know. Am I the non-weep in the room?
You're watching a VTuber. The only way you cannot be a weeb is to actually be Japanese.
That's not true, Taya. I'm watching a VTuber because they are a good bean, not because they are anime. Not to mention, I don't know. Are you in anime art style?
Yes,
I can't tell.
I am very much in anime art style.
Okay, and I'd argue that sentence alone, that question alone, makes me a non-weep. I suppose there needs to be multiple types of weeps then.
Probably.
I'm not that I am a weep, but I'm sort of thinking, do you like katanas? Do you think they are good?
I think they're neat.
Okay, well, I suppose.
I think it's neat how they figured out how to use steel without knowing what the fuck they were doing.
I mean, every nation that used steel back then did that, kinda. Or, I suppose... Considering what you mean by... well, suppose it depends on what you mean by knowing what they're doing. Because I suspect no one back then knew that if you put carbon atoms between iron atoms, the material actually becomes stronger. And then if you heat it enough and let the carbon atoms kind of spread out there in the right way and then cool it down fast, it actually becomes even stronger. Because the carbon atoms are now on the right spot. Pretty sure no one back then knew any of this.
I don't know it right now.
Yeah, but you're not a metallurgist, you're not the person designing and doing this sort of stuff. Back then the people who did and designed this sort of stuff didn't know it.
Ow, I just took some giant flaming balls to the face.
By receiving hot balls.
Problem comes with the fact that he's on its back and that it is bobbing up and down constantly. It's very hard to land a hit on him, who is the weak point of this.
Almost like you should have some higher fire, higher speed projectile weapon with fast fire rate.
I mean, it's still doing a fuckload of damage.
Also, doing an accurate shot with a rocket launcher is...
Typically speaking, it's unnecessary.
Well, that's not necessarily true either, it's just... Rockets have this bad thing of... Actually, I don't know. They might be easier to actually make more accurate than rifle rounds, only they usually move a lot slower, so they get much more affected by stuff. Oh yeah, and they don't actually rotate like rifle rounds. They have the fins for stability. Unless the fins cause the rotation.
Hey, do you remember that time where we, like, developed a rocket-propelled bullet?
Yeah?
Gyrojet pistols were fucking weird.
Unnecessarily complicated.
Absolutely! And actually worse at close range than at far range.
Huh.
It's because they hadn't gotten up to speed yet.
That shouldn't... Oh yeah, by... What's the word? Stopping power-wise. Yeah. One thing about that, many rocket launchers don't actually get most of the force via a... Well, I suppose most is the wrong word. A lot of the energy the rockets get is from a, like, launching, what's the word?
And there's that asshole taken care of.
Noise. But yeah, when you shoot a rocket, instead of the rocket, like engine or the propellant that is burned while it flies being the only source of the energy, they have a package that accelerates it much more before it's heated out of the pipe. It's pretty visible if you ever see, I think, javelin shot.
No, javelins are thrown.
Ba-dum bum, ba-dum bum, ba. I guess it's easy to know which of us is ancient. But yeah, the javelin missiles, they kind of do a plump, and the missile just comes out of the, like, firing tube, and then just flies off.
Okay, I need to repair my rocket launcher. My rocket launcher! That is my medicine workbench. And now I convert the remaining pal metal ingots I have into rocket. Stretchy. Oh. Why do you keep getting stuck up there?
Good question.
There we go. Okay, one moment.
Honorable moment.
Believe it is Ophion.
Why do you believe so?
'Cause I believe in magic. I have no where I'm going with that.
I suppose we are lacking a young female.
I am neither of those.
In my case, it very much so depends on the other one. Where you start counting.
Hmm.
Because if it's the production
Oh,
date of
that's
my
the-
war form,
I thought that was like a foggy area, not the ocean.
I have found the ocean. Yippee! But yeah, if you start counting from the production date, it's like about 2 to 3 years now.
Hmm.
Whereas if you follow the experience the sentience has had, that's closer to a couple of 100 years at least. You start gaining age pretty fast when there's 100 of you running around and then compiling all of their experience into one pile of data.
Oh no, I'm not a robot scientist, or a cyborg scientist, or an android scientist, or any kind of scientist.
No? Yes, you are.
What? How? How am I a science?
You have doctorate in cutology.
I don't think that's an official science, even though it should be.
I suppose in a way it does have. I do not know what it would fall into, but like I suppose there is something to be like studied and learned on why do animals find certain thing cute?
That sounds more
And-
like that's psychology.
I would say so, but I think what people find cute is more on psychology, whereas why they find something cute falls more under the like study of animal lineages.
Meh. All I know is I'm going to shoot this mammoth in the face with a rocket launcher while it's asleep.
Why though?
Because it's fun. Ow! Ow!
You're adorable.
You're adorable.
I suppose you have actually answered that one with a legit and actually feasible answer. So yes. Suppose I am.
Yay!
What?
So you're adorable.
I mean, as you have said, adorable being that someone adores me and you adore me, then yes, by definition I am adorable.
Yeah.
If it means anything, I am not certain of.
A lot of words have lost their original meaning like that. I mean, adorable does literally mean able to be adored.
It's just the cute face that you are who calls everyone cute.
Yay.
And I refuse to adopt your definition of cute.
Meh.
Lest I need to call you into every stream where I'm going to call someone cute and then ask you, is this person cute in your opinion?
Probably.
No, but I need certainty.
Did they, like, do a genocide of, like, real people and not, like, virtual things?
That is a very important input.
If the answer to that is no, then they're probably cute. That's one of the big disqualifiers.
I
Genocide.
mean, I'm pretty sure I would have a list of other disqualifiers. Don't know if I want to ask them on stream.
Probably not a good idea. Most of the things that disqualify you from being cute aren't TOS safe.
Yeah. Sort of suspect.
Going to space! Now, I know it's supposed to be around here on this mountain, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Going to space!
Dipshit! Oh god! Ah! Go to space!
Hiya.
But,
Wasn't it your job to test the gravity?
yeah, and the gravity here is failing. It's not my job to fix the gravity.
I guess we need to call Pearl in then.
Oh, who?
What?
You said did we have to call someone in? Who?
Pearl. Oh yeah, Palkia. Sorry.
Ah! There it is. Knew you were around here somewhere. Legendary steed of ice, Frost Stallion. Ow! Okay, that's your big hit. Understood. Oh great, it took out my Suzaku. Gotta whittle it down, whittle it down, whittle it down. Got 5,000 HP left. Each hit makes that number a little smaller.
Soon it just starts to gain health from them.
Yeah, please don't have regen. Well, that was bullshit.
Are you sure it wasn't unicorn shit?
Probably both. At the padaba. This large scorch egg that we got from somewhere became a pirate knocked. Okay. Let's... You know, I think I know a place we could go and get some well-needed backup for this fight. First, we need to go and get our shit back, though. So what have you been up to today, Generto?
I had a little company stream. I
Ooh, is that
visited
fun?
a lecture. It's pretty funny. Not alone though.
Oh, yeah. Is it even possible to play that game alone?
Yes.
I've literally never seen anyone do that.
Well, the thing about that is it's very much so dependent on you being extremely lucky.
Ah.
You know, like Pasmo. Well, you
is it
need to be
possible to play
even
that game
more
alone?
luckier. What?
Is it possible to play that game alone?
Actually, much more so than Lethal Company.
I've never seen anyone play that one alone either.
Really? I think I have. But in Lethal Company, it very much so is kind of the luck that decides on what monsters spawn, where does the loot spawn, and what sort of a mazy hellhole the map is going to be. And if none of these factors are in your favor in a given map, and you end up dying, well, better luck on the next map. So on that same note, I do suppose I did play Little Company alone to some degree. If I remember right, I got pretty lucky. I also got earlier today I got an idea of starting a... Oh yeah, I already told the lower quality tower defense. Part of the idea here was that on the side I would develop my AI script. Well, start my AI script. And I am not speaking of large language models, I'm speaking of game AI.
I figured as much.
I just feel like that needs to be stated these days. For some reason.
You assholes mind, I am trying to kill a horse. By kill, I mean capture.
What are these guys?
People who probably think eugenics is a fun idea.
Huh. Okay. Oh,
Is this an honorable way of fighting it? No. Am I still going to do it? Probably.
Hi.
But
There's much more important detail to actually see to.
meh, meh.
This
Yeah.
rocket launcher isn't a rocket launcher.
What is it?
It's a recoilless rifle.
No, I'm pretty sure it says rocket launcher.
It says. But do you actually see a flame behind that munition?
Kinda.
I don't.
I see a burst of flame, like, whoosh.
Around it. Mostly I'm just... What would even be the word? Memeing about it, I guess. But yeah, there's kind of slight difference between a rocket launcher and a recoilless rifle. And the difference is that other ones' munition doesn't have a rocket engine.
So the difference is that one does not in fact launch rocket.
Yeah, pretty much. It just can be extremely rocket-like munition that just isn't a rocket. and I guesstimate that recoilless rifles are likely to be heavier than rocket launchers, because they need to withstand all of the pressure in the pipe, even though the pressure is not going to be as high as with cannon-like closed systems, since the pressure will escape from the back of the weapon system.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. There are essentially like two different mine classes of gunpowder
Oh god,
weapons.
it's making its way up here.
Enemies at the gates. But yeah,
The
there
horse has learned
are...
to Skyrim. Or potentially actually use its wings.
But yeah, there are closed systems. Practically most of the guns that are usually used. Rifles, assault rifles, etc, etc, etc.
It has become one with the wall.
What?
Said it has become one with the wall.
I suppose that makes your job easier, unless you free it.
I did free it.
Well, fuck. And then there are the open weapon, gunpowder weapons that, well, usually it's a pipe and the projectile, they don't have a closed gas chamber that builds up the pressure when the propellant is ignited. Higher concentrating on combat.
Yeah, kinda.
Fair enough. Why are you switching your t-shirt?
Because it got too cold.
Okay. Have you actually ever played Monster Hunters?
I have. Not a biggest fan. Too grindy for my tastes.
Fair
There
enough.
we go. Caught it.
Now I'm just wondering, do you do shiny collecting?
Not really.
Fair enough.
I may do a shiny collection for like one particular Pokemon I really want.
Fair enough.
But no, shiny hunting as a whole is... Ugh, no. Though admittedly, some of the newer versions of shiny hunting are at the very least within my... what I would call remotely acceptable ranges.
The Guild's Neko.
Hmm?
At least has a living dex. I don't remember how far she is into the living what's shiny dex.
I've begun work on a living dex.
How's it been going?
It's kind of going. I'd need a lot more of the appropriate games, though.
Fair enough.
And one ball, one catch. Ooh, an attack pendant +2. That's like an attack pendant, except better. Hot the banana.
Actually just wearing two attack pendants.
Blah. I'm being powered up.
Yeah.
I like cat pats.
Hey Def. You're hacking guilty. And I think it's better that I head to sleep now.
Night.
Bye bye. Have a good stream, cutie.
I'll do my best.
Outrageous.
Hmm?
No, I'm just doing a stupid joke about you needing to have a good stream now that I say it.
You're silly.
Just the silliest, cutest demon kitten I know.
Which means I know silly, duh.
But if you don't,
Well, then I'm just a bean.
well, you're definitely a bean.
Meh.
Yeah, I'll head to bed now.
Night. How many spare Lift Monk effigies do I have? Probably like 25? 46, okay. I kind of want to get as much of the map revealed as possible so I can see if there's any sneakily hidden bosses somewhere or something. That all the way over there. No, there's definitely a boss there. I just haven't managed to actually reveal it, it seems. Probably a few bosses in the desert that I haven't encountered yet. So when we get our next... the next warp point we get to, I think we go back to the base and make more... rockets. No, I didn't actually want to kill either of those. I wanted to catch them, but, well... I'd say c'est la vie, but I don't think that really applies there. But I don't really speak German, so I'm not sure. But we're going to go with c'est la mort. Because you get like say la vie means that is life, but I tried to do my best to figure out how to say that is death. Okay, just don't use the fire tornado on any of these ice dudes. It's not going to end well for them. And unless I want high quality pal oil, which I do, but... There we go. There's Mao Christ's done. I don't need any more hat moths. Don't need any more Mao Crests. Wait, you're telling me this isn't a boss? That this is just treasure chests? How is this not a boss? The loot wasn't even that dank. One more chillet. If I find it, I just need to not kill it. I really expected there to be a boss in this bit of stuff. I do want to find one more chillet, though. There we go, getting a bit better at tempering my use of the flamethrower. Get it? Tempering my use? Oh, didn't do so hot on tempering it there. Ooh. Okay, now I definitely think we're going to make an assault rifle because we just got an assault rifle 2 schematic. And of course, the things I do want to completely murder, I fail at. Okay, back to basics. I'm going to be right back. I need to use the restroom real quick. Sorry about that. I'm back. And now we have our own ore circ. Oh, my inventory is full. That explains it. Okay, so let's see what's needed for this assault rifle 2. More polymer than I have. That's... I need to go to the weapons workbench. More polymer than I have, more refined ingots than I have. One more second. Sorry, chat. Sorry about that. Okay. Surprisingly, one of these breeding combinations actually calls for the Frostalia, but despite its name as a woman. Where are my hazel fires, or however they're pronounced? Well, that's Pyronoct. Oh, they're right here. Okay, you two get fucking. There, now this should speed up our collectioning because we have not a lot of gear on us and quite a lot of carrying capacity. Okay, now to the refined ingot base. just cook up like 1,000 roast berries. And now back to home base. As many PAL ingots and as much gunpowder as can be produced right now. Why are you always on top of something tall? Get back on kitchen duty. And you blast the furnace, because, you know, you can furnace blast faster. Oh, wait, did I store that in here, maybe? Yeah, I did. Okay. Wait, no, it would be at the weapon workbench. There you go. Gonna need a lot more gunpowder for our rockets, though. Means a lot more sulfur. Oh, that was sulfur. Just from the side I saw it looked like rock. Oh. Or. Why do I have 100 regular stone? Man, I could have carried so much more stuff if I did. But do I occasionally get stone from sulfur nodes, maybe? Or did I think a couple of... Wait. I could probably do an entire other sulfur node if I... Wait. Those nodes at the end there were not sulfur. They were just rock nodes. I'm not smart. There, now we've got 440 more sulfur. That should be a decent chunk of gunpowder. Okay. Problem with carrying large pals, they take up a bit of the screen. Huh? What is up? Woo to zoop. Which power? Yay! You're a sweetie. Hmm. Still the medicine workbench, Tygo. Not rifle ammo, assault rifle ammo. Don't craft the wrong kind of ammo, Tygo. Okay, so this has an attack of 448. There we go. Let's just get all of this ammo nice and cooked up. And we'll go and take on the final boss, for now at least. Kinda. Where's that we have Dragonite at home looking motherfucker? Hello, Simple. Oh, we only got one. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to stop logging. No, don't. Look, that ain't gonna be the kind of wood you're working with right here. Get fucking. There we go. Got some Phalaruses now. So, simple. Remember how our weapon was a shotgun before? Now, we have an assault rifle. Oh, but simple. Simple, simple, simple. No, 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 no. This isn't how we America. This is how we America. Why are you the way that you are? Also, most of your body disappears when you go into the hot spring. You've taken down 2 bosses already today, and caught both of the legendary Pokemon. And we're about to get ready to go pay Psycho Mantis a visit. Oh, okay, that's just a boss we haven't gone and taken on yet. I guess we'll go and catch our... Oh. Water. Okay. Don't have you yet either. We're going to complete our Pokedex. At least of alt types. Because, you know, you've got a couple of things in the PAL deck like Suzaku and Suzaku Aqua. You know, we got a few of those crossbred types in the works. Well, that didn't help. 7 Bushi and the Departed. Come on, I want to get at least one of these fuckers. The rest of them are about to be slaughtered. Oh great, the Chimkin got incapacitated. And the cow is stuck inside of the... Mama had a chicken, Mama had a cow. Dad was proud, he didn't care how. Sure, I'll just teleport into bed. Why not? Wait a minute, I'm going to test something real quick. Perhaps, maybe a cooler does not simply work. So coolers don't just work. I get ya. Sorry, I thought the giant slab of ice would keep things cool on its own. Silly me. By the way, Simple, the two legendary Pokemon are an Ice Pegasus and a Jet Dragon. Can I just say that I'm so happy that they actually made that a real card? Blue Eyes Jet Dragon. They actually made it a card. Wait, do we have more desert here? I was not expecting there to be another desert over here. Also, Simple, I need to say to you, I absolutely adore the name Ragnahawk. Okay, so it's not in the desert. But I do see an effigy to go and grab. At least I think that's an effigy. I thought there was like a town here for a second. The Monka-esque theme. I'm assuming it's a Toho. I'm basing that on the fact that this song sounds like a Toho. And that name sounds like a Toho. You see, I'm able to add, do brain. Finally, some good fucking music. Garden Rosemary. I like hogs. Simple, what is your opinion on, as a name for Gordon Ramsay, Garden Rosemary? It was one of those jokes that developed in my head, and I was like, this is a joke for Simple. Okay, there's... Oh. Where's the entrance to this shaft, I ask myself while I'm directly above it. Okay, so this thing, Ravager of Stars? Holy fuck, that's a good title. Also, you look like Zekrom. Savage beast, born of the abyss. Thou shalt not stand before the beast. Thou shalt not heed the beast. Did I just catch Satan? Shiny. A lucky and ferocious one, in fact. I mean, since it's a shiny, it's a lucky, but, you know. I want to take on all of the bosses and complete, at the very least, the real Pokemon of the Pokedex. I need a couple of these for something that was on the list. Oh, that's for Reptyro Crest. Okay. So where's designer brand Frostmoth? Well, that just kills it. This kills the Foxicle. Rather like that name. Foxicle's a good name. It's no Ragnahawk, but, you know. There we go. There's another boss beaten. Okay, so let's... Okay, we've not found the Suzaku boss that's... I don't know if these are the sand dunes or... It says there's a Killamari boss in Hillside Cavern. Oh wait, that sounds like a... Oh yeah, there's a Gummoss boss there too, so it's probably referencing just one of the dungeon ones. Okay, so this place is called Desiccated Desert. So maybe this is the sand dunes? Unless it's there. I bet it's there. Oh, we're a bit later than I thought we were. So yeah, no time to screw around. Just focus on the bosses, Taigo. We're also probably not... Well, no, we're definitely not going to quite complete the Pokédex. Because one of them is going to take breeding, which is going to take 2 hours to hatch the egg, and we don't have 2 hours left. Wait, is that an actual a real other settlement? This is actually a real other settlement. And let me guess, you sell pal fluids. No, but you do sell assault rifle ammo. That's actually really useful for me right now. Just gonna fly around the outside of this, get it revealed and whatnot, and see if anything says sand dunes. Boo! I mean, we did find one that had something behind it, but boo! You never know when if the next update of this, the content update, I should say, is going to add something that can be done with your excess Lift Monk effigies. Hi, Vari. No, what happened? Oh. Well, there wasn't anything planned for tonight, was there? That's fortunate, then. Hopefully during that maintenance, Eric can install a sense of humor. The lead developer for this Final Fantasy XI private server is one One of those no fun allowed type people. Yeah. That's I guess an important point to bring across to people. There is no indication that it's malevolent in any way, shape, or form, just self-absorbed? Not like narcissistic or anything, just... I don't know a good way to put it. Discount Kobali on there kind of jump scared me. Okay, there's unlikely to be anything of importance in this area that can best be described as the side of the volcano. Icy Weasel Hill. Oh, there are chillets here. Okay, that's why it's Icy Weasel Hill. I thought they were going for more of a ferret thing with them. Can we just, like, agree that Mega Man has, like, one of the best soundtracks of a game franchise? Like, I know the top two are Mega Man and Final Fantasy, and then I don't know what comes after them, and I don't know which order those two are in. Yeah, I'd agree. Gerudo Valley theme is kind of legendary. Oh, that's an electric egg. Ribcage. Look, there's a forest. Ribcage. Behold the forest. We will, however, grab this huge scorching egg. You know, I'd have put a boss in there. Yeah. There's just something that feels, I don't know, assuring when you're playing an open world thing, when you can see the edges of the map. Like, it's like a jigsaw puzzle where you've completed the border of. Bird is hungry. Insert 20 loaves of bread to continue. There are a lot of treasure chests in this desert. I've got rocket launchers.
Ah.
Deep sand dunes. That's probably got to be where it is being referred to as, quote, just sand dunes. I don't like dunes. So we're looking for a Suzaku boss. Because that's the only boss that we don't really have flat. I picked up the stone that was next to the chest and didn't open the chest. Good job, me. Actually hit me so many times it caused a stun. And Def, you know, you say that, but I would like to raise a counterpoint. Imagine making one of the most influential sci-fi franchises of all time and naming it Alien. I mean, at the very least, you could say Dune isn't exactly what you're expecting when you think about, you know, like sci-fi. There's a sci-fi thing and it's called Dune. You're like, okay, sci-fi, but it's a desert. Okay, that's interesting. But you take a sci-fi thing and you name it Alien, and you're like, yeah, it's sci-fi. I know this desert isn't infinite, but it feels the next best thing, too. I mean, this is true. In fact, a lot of scientific innovation can be attributed to science fiction, inspiring someone to be like, you know what? No, fuck that. I'm actually going to make that. Hi, Tanner! Why is Small grumpy? There we go. Wait, he's got a death ray now? He's upgraded from flamethrowers to death rays. That is a Suzy Q, but not the Suzy Q boss we're looking for. You're silly. I mean, he certainly is the kind who would make one. Not necessarily. But we would certainly spend it on quite the odd assortment of projects. That depends. It could have artistry. Oh yeah, I think we can all agree that we would all become Iron Man if we had nearly unlimited money. Maybe not for prime fighting purposes, but just at least for, you know, having a fucking Iron Man suit purposes. The same general principle applies. What, and then would you tell a cyborg ninja about your plans to make... Yeah. The happy cat noises. Until someone else came up to you with a giant robot, right? More happy cat noises. What, like if it gets shot in the middle, it becomes two smaller robots? How are you doing, Savanta Bloop? Morning. I was referring to the really old arcade game. Yeah, we're gonna just start in here and take on the boss that's just right here. never really... Of classic arcade games, it was always one of my least favorite. The Unstoppable Stinger, Menasting. The bazooka. We don't fuck with Australian nature. We stay away from Australian nature. Now, the Australians don't care when the giant spider has a health bar, but they do start to worry a little bit when the giant spider also has an MP bar. Imagine losing a ward of birds. Just make sure it's not the American military, and it, you know, it's like... You gotta go with, like, the private firms. Because, like, the Army's just gonna outsource the weaponry to the lowest bidder. I mean, it's not like Australia is lacking those either. What do you mean, even trees? You have venomous trees. How and why? Okay. Let's crack open some of these eggs. We have Frostelia Noct. And a Lily Noct. Lovely to know that boba is poisonous. That... How? I don't understand how you mortals decided regularly, regularly and frequently. You know what? This thing that kills us? I bet if we were to cook it this one particular way, it wouldn't kill us. Hi, Voxy! So there is supposedly a Suzaku boss in this desert somewhere. Good, we're just about to take on the last bosses. The ones we haven't defeated as of yet. And then take on the final tower. Or the content that is in the game now. Because they'll be adding more later. Because they've gotta, because there's a giant fucking tree in the background with a red border that says this area is in development. It'd be really weird to have that if it weren't like going to be content later. What the fuck, nature? Oh, is this BPM playing? Remember, gravity doesn't actually matter as long as you're on the back of a flying thing. A lot of rough vocals. Yeah, not the biggest fan of those. Oh, weird. Just thinking about them actually irritated my throat. There it is on the map. Another kind of food that seems like it should be dangerous just from its relatives is eggplant. Eggplant is part of the fucking Nightshade family. Also, earlier generations of it looked a lot more like eggs. Early corn looks a hell of a lot closer to wheat. And so much more rind. That life didn't give us lemons. You know, there's like actually something that can be thought about with like that philosophically. Where, like, you know, we've always used the phrase when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, to say to make the best out of a bad situation. but the majority of our problems we created for ourselves. There's something that can be workshopped there. Is that a large or a huge? Probably large. Yes, large. It's... Shh! Don't say the B word!
Small, Def has bananas for me? Oh, be still my fruity heart. Sylvanty Core, you're the best. I'm ready to pounce on those bananas like a little mischievous gremlin. Banana, romantic face.
I don't have a redeem for it, but I do have it on a button that I can easily press right now.
Extra thick!
Are you another one of those mine shaft? Yep. The furthest mine shaft. It's time for one of the villains from Captain Planet, except spelled slightly differently. Sorry, I just had to embrace my inner Zelda nerd. I saw an unlit torch, I had to try to light it. Yeah, for those of you who didn't know, there was a Captain Villain planet named Duke Nukem. Welcome back. Nope, I can't only get one of them. Oh, I'm glad your buddy's gone to sleep. Hey! Necronius or whatever your name was, where'd you go? You know, like, seriously, where the fuck did he go? You fucker! He ran away and full healed. And then continued running away? I died to the fact that it became daytime at some point. That is actually bullshit, though. That he ran away full healed and then his buddy joined him. You're a silly bean. Doesn't it show you on the screen? Okay, well, it's Ghost Strike from Omega Strikers. Why isn't it visible? It should be visible. It's on the wrong window. That's why it's not visible. I like head pats. It didn't turn on, sorry. And my Suzaku is fainted, so I can't fly over here. Well, I didn't catch it, unfortunately. I'll have to wait until it respawns, but, at least we've reduced this to a 1v1. Rip Syndicate goons. Oh my god! Stop picking up the flames! I got... I'm not happy. Oh, we only have half an hour left. Great. Cheat. Hyper beamed because I had to go and get the crap out of my inventory. Fuck actually all of you. Some of you are just one with the mountain now. I believe I have made my stance clear there on ammo. I continue to fall from up above. I forget all of the lyrics that were in it. I just remember that in front of my eyes it disappears. Okay, asshole, potentially assholes. Have you ever heard of the concept of mag dumping? You haven't. You're going to. Wait. Where'd the Do they... Okay. I understand, I think, what happened. I have to wait for the other one to respawn to fight them both. Fine. Fine. We're just gonna go. We're gonna do the final tower boss. When I see the squad of 4 of them, I take out the one with the rocket launcher, because then I get a rocket for my rocket launcher. Okay, you wanna be fucking 9S Psycho Mantis ass. You and your bird are going down. Griffin, bird. Okay, that is a move and a half. Why does the pillar not stop the hyper beam? Okay, that was bullshit. I guess we have another day of this game being streamed. Not gonna have one, not gonna do the salty run back right now. I'm gonna just call stream, and we're gonna end for now. I'm gonna spend the night preparing some more resources, and no. So, I want you to stay cute, everyone, alright? You know I love you. Tomorrow we're gonna... I'm gonna be honest, I might catch those two tonight after stream. Because they might be used in breeding a Shadowbeak. What makes you think I care? I'ma stream this. I'ma win. And then we're gonna move on to some new game on Friday. So I want you all to stay cute, okay? Mwah.